Hello, everybody. I know I'm starting a few minutes early, but I figured I'd get it started up here. We're doing VMC's box tonight, and he said he will probably not be here. So when it comes to stop signs and stuff, if someone wants to help out with that, that would be appreciated. Start off with KJ Coconut 30. We got a jersey with Pepsi Zero. Coin Cody, welcome. Jim Thompson, Pepsi Zero 26. Garrett Barks 31. Jersey says 39. Let's see. Gatita, welcome. Pepsi 037. Coin Cody, Mountain Dew 038. Bellows is Black Cherry Bresca 37. And Marsh, Fresca Peach 38. Smokers, 7-Up Tropical 026. Marshall, AG Iowa said Pepsi 035. Okay, perfect. I know sometimes he comes in a little late and tries to get those in there beforehand. Roy says Sprite 035. Oh, yeah, I haven't even got up that far yet. William E says Sprite 037. Run down the list a little bit here. I got VMC, BH Ringer, KJ, Garrett, Jim Thompson, AG, yep, there he is. Jersey Silver Stacker and Marsh. Coin Cody, Gatita and Bellows, Roy Hathaway, William E. I think I've got everybody. New Marshall, Dr. Pepper Cherry 39. So far I've got drinks and years for AG, Bellows, Coin Cody, Garrett, Gatita, Jim Thompson, KJ, New Marshall, Smoker, and Marsh, Jersey Silver Stacker, Roy Hathaway, and William E. So if I've missed you, hopefully not. Mike Schleiz, welcome. Sprite 040. Tim Ivans, Mountain Dew 039. Welcome. Sure. You really love the snow and you just want to say that. Mm-hmm. No. I can't blame you there. I moved from Wyoming to get away from the wind. Love Wyoming. But that wind, no, thank you. Since I started a few minutes early, I figure I'll give everybody a little chance to get in. Yeah. Hey, BH, Black Cherry 26. David Canham, Coconut Cream 0, Dr. Pepper 40. Maple Leaf, welcome. Fresca Black Cherry 37. Yeah. Larry Downing, welcome. Mountain Dew 039. And Larry, I still have your end of string that you told me to hold. So if you decide you just want that sent, or if you're still looking at something, let me know. I don't mind either way. It's up to you. It's yours. This weekend was a little bit tiring. My brother came in to town down from Salt Lake. He was in there working for a little bit, and so 7-Up Tropical 036. Okay. So since he got off work a little bit early on Friday, he came down and Captain Vic, Pepsi 041, and for the weekend. So he came down Friday night and went back up on Sunday afternoon. So while we were here, we went to a few little small hike type things. Joe Minnick is Mountain Dew 039. One of them is called call it the Butthole of the Dragon, but it's I can't remember the exact. I've just spaced it, but it's basically a man-made. They blew out underneath the roads for like a culvert, big huge run through for the water when it melts, and so it's just rock in there. Belly of the Dragon, that's what it's called. You got my guesses. Yes. So yeah, the reason we call it Butthole of the Dragon is when you're in the middle of it and the writing is light and you look out, it looks like a picture of a colonoscopy from when they, take a picture. Basically, it looks just like that. So it's called Belly of the Dragon. We call it Butthole of the Dragon. But it's kind of a fun little thing. It's goes all the way underneath the road and out to the other side. And my brother took a picture of it and got the exact angle and lighting and everything. It looks exactly like a colonoscopy picture. It's so weird. So that's what we did. We went up to another place called Hidden Lake. It's like a kind of a, not quite underground, but it kind of dips down, and then there's a cave. And the pioneers used to put their perishables on like a raft and float it out because it's cool all year round. So it preserved their food. So we went there, and we went just down a few other dirt roads. So just did that, and then barbecued, and Mom had put some ribs in the oven on low for like 200 degrees for 4 hours or so while we were gone. And AG says Pepsi 035. I think yep, I got that. So when you get back, you unwrap them and then you lather them up with homemade sauce and Put them on the grill to caramelize them, and those things just fall apart. Very good, yummy. So that's what we did. And then the next day, my kids came over when they got back in town, and they spent the weekend. So between all that and having them, a little bit tired, but that's okay. Hi, Gruffy. Nope. So we're almost at 25 likes anyway. I think we got pretty much everybody in. Yep. See you, AG. And like I said, VMC had a rough day, so he probably won't be in. So when it comes, if someone throws up stop signs when I'm ready for him, that would be appreciated, since he usually does that part. I know KJ is good at getting the years in, but VMC usually does the stop signs. I thought I did, but I didn't write it down, so let me see. I must have missed it. Oh, 7-Up 34, yep. I did. All right. Some nights we have 3 people win. Some nights we have 0 people win. Tonight we have 0 winners. Fanta Orange. I don't believe I saw anyone with a Fanta Orange. But BMC did say to go ahead and open the box for him anyway. So we will do that. It's another one of these that are glued down pretty well. Does that mean we all get in? No, not everybody gets a participation trophy today. I'm going to get them put Barks on Silver Dollar case. Yeah, and I'll get it there. Close enough for government work. Yeah, for government work, but yeah. I guess technically I do work for the government. Not federal government, but we are considered a governmental entity. Tax exempt and all that. I did spend about 1.5 years getting us qualified as a one of those, like where you work 10 years for like a school or something like that, and get loans taken care of in that. Spend 1.5 years fighting with them. 26 likes. All right, let's get that going. I don't have a 26 like, but I do have a 25 like. So they tried telling us we don't qualify, and it's like, yes, we do. I've read through all your bureaucratic rules, fought with them. They finally relented and said, nope, you do qualify. So that's another perk that I helped us get. So when we have people, we can offer loan repayment after 10 years. Of course, it's all held up. I've been there 10 years and submitted for mine, but it is still nothing on it. 14 parts. You say close enough government work. Excuse my yawning. It's always a good weekend when you are on Monday and yawning. Took extra sleeping pills last night and still didn't get to sleep until about 1:30 though. Hopefully I put a new couple options on the slots game. I put a letter V and a letter W. And if you get a Buffalo, a V, and a W on the slot games, you win 100 times your bet. But I haven't seen any pop up yet. I added them in one time and then they like disappeared. So I don't know if they remove them or what they did, but I did not delete them. They were no longer in there, so I had to find them again. I guess we'll see. I'm on call this weekend again, but at least, like I said, it's not during the days now. It's just a few hours at night each time. No longer enter the raffle. Alrighty. Well, let's get the raffle or the giveaway going. We'll figure it out here. Winner going. Smoker. You know what to do. As usual, we'll go through them at the end, and also, if you know what you want, you're welcome to tell me. Get back on that screen. Yeah, see, it just has a small W and it's supposed to be a big V and a big W, so if you only see two symbols, look for the little small W like after that money bag. That'd be the same with the V, I'm assuming. They were supposed to be bigger, but I was afraid it was going to do that. Guess I'll have to find something else to fix it and replace it with. Hey, Joseph Wells, welcome. I have enough hours, but it didn't roll enough over, so technically I'm still under the 3,000 according to them. But I am over that if you actually count all the hours. And then I will submit. So hopefully, however long it takes, I've heard anywhere from immediately all the way down to like a month. So we'll see. That'll be the law for memberships. Nope. Fanta Zero. No one got it tonight. Some nights we have 2, 3, 4 winners. Other nights we have 0. Just like my drinks. We got a 63 Philly, so we'll scope that at the end. Hopefully we find lots of good stuff for KJ, or VMC. Pepsi Zero. I like Pepsi better than Coke, and Pepsi Zero I like better than Diet Pepsi. I'm not a Diet Coke fan. We really did get it? Yes. But for me, I would take a Coke Zero over a Diet Coke. But I would take a Pepsi Zero over a Coke Zero. I would take a Diet Pepsi over Coke Zero. I don't mind Coke Zero. It's just I prefer Pepsi. Hey, 74, welcome. Your hunts are the next 2, so this Thursday and next Monday. And then I have 74 the Thursday after that and the Monday after that. Low sugar, high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, I've never been much of a Coke fan. I mean, like I said, it's good, it's fine. You know, I would drink a Diet Coke over a regular Coke, but like I said, if you had a Pepsi Zero, Diet Pepsi, and a Coke Zero, I would take a Diet Pepsi over Coke Zero, but I'd take Pepsi Zero over Diet Pepsi. But everybody has their own likes and dislikes, and just like I'm one that I do not like tomatoes, avocados, or cucumbers, but I do love weird stuff like wheat locoche. It's a black corn fungus, delicacy down in Mexico. Lingua, cabeza. So yeah, I'm one that likes mushrooms. I like sushi. I prefer sashimi over sushi. If you don't know what that is, sashimi is just the raw fish. Sushi is actually the type of rice. I like pretty much any food. About the only food I don't like, besides like a big salad of cucumbers, tomatoes, and avocados, yeah, it's actually the rice. And if you have just the fish, it's sashimi. But most of the sushi that you find, like in these grocery stores and stuff, they're good, but they are not, like if a sushi chef, you know, I've seen things where they have tried the American type sushi, like California rolls and that sort of thing, and they go, it's good, but it's not sushi. I figure, eat what you like. If you like eating avocados and tomato salad, then eat an avocado and tomato salad. I'll let you have all of mine. It's like, if it's in a burrito or something, I'm not going to open it up and scrape it out. But if I have the option of not putting it in, I prefer not to put it in. We finally got our first find. I did get all those rounds sent out. I think it was Friday. So it was all the rounds from Monday and the Thursday stream that went out. And I also sent a package for can't remember who I sent it to now. But at work we have these label printer things that nominate Jamila Kari. But it was like the perfect box. I got it to put something else in, and I never did use it. And so when I was trying to find something, it was either way too big or too small. It won't fit in a bubble mailer. So I was looking through some of my old boxes, and I found it, and I was like, oh. So then I was like, So I put it in, and it turned out to be perfect. So I put a little note at work if anybody uses another one of those to give me the box. Not show me the money, just give me the box. And I think we're probably good on getting guesses in. Hey, Silverman, welcome. Received the St. Gaudens bar, thanks. You're very welcome. I think that was the last one I had, so. Flip that there. We have a 1957. So, first 50s of the board. Dang it, where did it go? I hate it when I have my finds box open and then somehow I click off of it. And you guys are already throwing in names. You got KJ, Jimmy. Sounds good. I will trust you guys. Yeah. Sometimes I regret trusting myself. Now, this stop signs aren't as critical as the guess the year. Hey, 3 8-balls. The start year guesses, because that lets me know. No, there weren't any stop signs. VMC isn't here tonight, so if someone wants to do that, they're welcome to. It's not one of those that important is to start the year, because it's easier to find where I can start looking. I did throw a, I believe, exclamation commands, and I think it lists all the different commands that you can do. So see, that makes it easiest when I can see the arrows and then know everything after that is where I have to look. Hey, Kathy Keith, welcome. So the stop signs are helpful, but those arrows are much more. Not take away the importance of it. But if it comes down to one or the other, hey, Jim Thompson just donated $10. Awesome. Thank you very much. That will let me send out all my gauze pretty much. $10 rows, 2 finds. If it's kind of a crappy box, then we will make VMC whole. So awesome. All right, see some stop signs. That should be enough time. We've got a 1952. And Jim Thompson's came in right at the time I was flipping it, so I'll let him in. Unless he was magic. Because I saw it popping up right as I was flipping it, so. And I do have yours year-round to go out, Jim. I just didn't get it sent out. Got Joe Minnick in there. I always see that name and always have to wonder if somehow you're related to my ex's family, because her maiden name was Minnick. Like I said, I've had people with the same last name as me, but they pronounce it different. Maybe we're starting to pick up. That's always a good sign. Sending them on a tour of the East Coast. Well, it wouldn't surprise me. I sent a priority priority package to Oregon, I think it was, And it still hasn't arrived, and that was sent on the 15th at 9 a.m. It didn't get scanned into Vegas until 4 days later. And then 4 days after that, it finally left Vegas. And then now it's in transit, and it was I can't remember if it said just in transit or something, and then now it just says basically it's in transit, but we don't know where it's at. It'll get there when it gets there. So it's like, oh wow, thanks, I appreciate that. But eBay released the funds. I guess after a certain amount of time they release them, and we got I was getting one of my things out. It's a 1940 40. This is a new one. I'll get that on board. And let's see, anybody get 40? Nope. Got a 46. This 46s. Crafting Joseph. Cannot type today. So let's see, the first 10 rolls had 2 finds, and the next, 2 rolls have had 2 finds. We can never make sense of how these boxes are going to come out. Now we have a third roll out of this box. Perfect. This one needs to go to this because $19.39. But I did notice a 39 Denver key date. 39 Denver is 3.514 million. And we can start that one while I finish up this one. And I'll get it on the board. And we'll see who got it. So, oops. So I'll get this, and then I'll look back and see who got it, because I'm not looking yet. All right, 39 key date. Got to get that on the finds. go. And I'm going to go back and see who the 40 or 39s were, so give me just a second here. Unless someone already put it up. Like I said, I didn't see it if you did. Go back. There we go. 46. Crafty. All right, and then this one, now that I've got that part done, the 50s, there's a 50D that is a very, very hard one to get. It's the lowest mintage. It is 2.63 million, so a 50D is, like they say, is the hardest key date to find. I have found one in a roll before, so a 53, it's a third one from the 50s. Get that on the board and we'll see who got it. And Marsh, awesome. I love it when you guys are already ready for me. Yeah, no problem, Mike. That's what we're here for, is to help people learn, and if you're not sure what we're doing and things like that, just ask. We're always welcome to help find. One of the things I have on my channel page is these are able to be downloaded. Like this one is for nickels. You have the key dates and semi-key dates at the top, and also other ones that you can find, such as the 63 Denver is, or 63 Philly is a triple die reverse, that sort of thing. So that is one of the things that I have that you can download off of my thing. It's free, doesn't cost you, I don't charge you for it. And Mike, I'm going to get you some points. Give you 2 million to start with, so you can gamble and play and that sort of thing. And we'll put that stream boss up there since Jim Thompson. Need the cheat sheet. Yep, just go to my channel page, YouTube at Dad Hunts Coins, and in there under my links, I have it as a Google Doc, so you can download it. I recommend saving it as an Excel. I don't like Google Docs, but it allows you to save it in any form. I did that in Excel. I've borrowed and copied and done a few things. I've made a few updates. I just haven't updated those yet. And I'll just show you here. So when you come in here, you can find 5 more links. You click on that, you can come down, you got cheat sheet. I've also got my coin silver stack, coin finds, those coin stacks that updates automatically with the new silver gold prices. So that is where you can get it, is just right here on the 5 more links. So pretty simple to find. Thank you, Marsh. I know some people aren't familiar with a lot of navigating on YouTube. That's why I figured I'd just kind of show it. Makes it a little bit easier. Again, if you have questions, just ask them. We're here to help you answer and have fun, learn. So on that I have the stack. I have different tabs. One has your total stack, gold value, silver value, melt value, numismatic value, whatever you put in it, totals all the different ones. And then it updates automatically when you open it with the prices. So when you first open it, you can always go in and do a refresh and update the prices as you have it open. But it updates automatically with your gold and silver prices. Hey, Smoker, thank you. Right now, that's the only way to do that, but it also costs less. It doesn't take as much out of the amount, because Super Chats takes 30%. You guys are awesome. I might have to do a extra giveaway. Anything I get just basically goes straight back into the stream. Mostly it's shipping. That's the majority of my cost. Excuse me. I haven't found many 64 Denvers tonight. I've only found 3. So I'm not sure where they're all hiding, but usually I find a lot more than that. Finish these few coins and then we'll flip it. There we go. And we'll end Marsh in. This one is a 56. It looks like we got Silverman in there. And Joseph Wells. I'm going to get this on the board and then we'll see who else won. 50s. Yeah, and Marsh is good. Anybody besides those two? I saw those two right away, but I didn't see anybody just glancing at it real quick. Excuse me. Since I don't mean to yawn in your faces, but unless you have your phone or computer right up next to your face, that would be a little weird. So I guess I should say, apologize for yawning into the screen. What was the closest so far? The 40? The 39 is the oldest of the box. The 39 Denver key date. In 39 we had New Marshall, Jersey Silver, Joe Minnick, and Larry Downing. I show all had 39. Yes, BH has the Canadian coin sheet. He sent that to me, I don't know, a couple of years ago, and I've used that. That one's a very handy one also. And again, congrats on your AG 250 coin 250 subscriber giveaway. I opened that up this morning and saw that, and I was like, hey. So since I'm still accumulating everything, I'm fine to do that. I happen to win BH's 500 subscriber giveaway. BH is up in Canada, up in Nova Scotia. He's 3 hours ahead of us. I appreciate all he does, especially being that far ahead, and my streams run until my time, usually 8:30 or 9 until the regular part of the stream ends. But I can't start earlier for those people back east because I'm at work. I could start later, but then everybody back east would have to be up until like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. Which they could if they wanted. I mean, it's their choice, but... I noticed I was kind of drifting off screen a little bit there. If I ever do that, let me know. Filling air packs so I can watch. Oh, awesome. It's always funny when you open a roll and one of them sticks to the wrapper. It's like, why? My drink tonight was Fanta Orange. I was gonna say it's one of those that I'm going through coins and don't look up all the time. Just depends on as we go along. That one fooled me. It was a 2006 and I read it upside down and thought it was a 2009. Got a second one out of this box, so I'll finish these few up and then we'll flip it here in about 10 coins. I did it again. That was a 2006 and I read it as a 2009. Let me know when you get my 500. Yes, I definitely will. I'll try to do a short mail call on it. I'll let Jim Thompson in at 48. We've got a 1946. I know we saw at least Crafty with a 46. This is the new one. Put that on the board. Oh, come on. There we go. My mouse wasn't working. 40s to Lyle, Crafty, and Gatita. And I figured it'll probably take a little bit just because coming down and plus getting to me is never the quickest. I can send a letter to Idaho. Well, my mom can send a letter to Idaho to her sister, and it will take 7 days to get there. But you can send it to other places and it gets there faster. It's one of those, there's no rhyme or reason. Hoo-da-ho! Perfect timing, I was going to say. Let's flip it because we got two more to look at. This one is a 52. Get that on the board. Did we get anybody with 52? I see at least Lyle with the 52. Just Lyle? I always like it when there's multiple finds in a roll. Makes it kind of go, Like I said, starting off this box, it was not doing too well. 2 finds from the first 10 rolls. We'll open this one and then we'll flip it. If I can get this out of my way, there we go. Vincent, welcome. You got in just in time. This one is a 47. And there's the new one. Get that one on the board. And then we saw 47 with 74. He just flipped his numbers and made it true. So I think it was just his if I didn't see anybody else, but Thursday, I think we had the most names on the wheel I've ever had. I think we had 100 and something. This roll's got another find, so that's good. Get your last guesses in. Alrighty. And this one is... Oh. Thought that was a 39 to start with, but nope, it's a 59. So another 50s. Get that one on the board. And 59. Did anybody get 59? Got 57. 58. I'm seeing 74 at 58. So I don't see any exactly 49s. Don't see any other 58s or 60s either. Good job, 74. You're on a roll. Can you go 3 for 3? That's the question. $64,000 question. Can you go 3 for 3? Not likely. Well, you never know. I don't even know what you guessed, so I can't even say any hint or yes or no or anything. All right. Can I? Let's see what the 8-ball says. I would say no. Try hard. All right. If you guessed a 48, you were correct. As I throw it on the floor. But I didn't throw it away. I know where it landed. Let's see, 48. We had a 46. Oh, new Marshall with 48. I think that's probably the only one I saw. Yep, new Marshall. We're looking for V's, Buffaloes, Silver, all three. Been finding a few 64s, but they're not the 64 Denvers. I've only found 3 out of them so far. It's crazy. Usually by the end of the night, I'm at 20 or 30 of them. A low night, you get 15, and a high night, you get about 30. After the nickel portion's over, we'll probably do the rest of my quarters I started the other day. So far, we found we did half a box on Thursday. And that is what I've found so far. 2020W. Pretty nice condition, too. Yep. If you can't remember all the commands, exclamation commands, I think lists all of them if I did it right. So if you want to see your hours, your points, your games, that sort of thing. Yep, and exclamation me. And I think I kind of gave an explanation of some of them. I don't know if the commands are actually going to show up the way I thought they would. I probably messed something up in it. Ooh, nice. He's going 64. 2002. I'll let you re-guess. I can definitely tell you it's not going to be a 2002. So if you want to get a new guess in, I will give you that hint. It'll be at least one of the years that someone put in there, most likely. '59, perfect. All right. Hey, Noah, welcome. 1958. It's a pretty nice looking one, too. Just because it's a nicer one, I'll flip it. Most of them I don't, but being 50s and it's a little nicer. That way, if you need it for a book or something, it's not as scratched up. Get that on the board and then see who won. I know I saw at least a few people. '50s. A.G. Garrett Crafty Maple. And I'm assuming Garrett C. Yep. Now we won't guess on this one. Because there is no date. That I can see anyway. And I did not see a mint mark. So I was looking and I didn't see anything, but we do have a buffalo. And it was facing that when I saw it, and I was like, ooh. So I pulled it out, and I was like, oh. So it's a little slickly. It's probably 20s, I'm guessing. That's what a lot of them are, it seems like. That was roll 21. Yeah, I've learned to look at the numbers before I put it up for guess, because I've done that a few times, and I flip it over, I'm like, oh, there is no date. So then I have to let everybody in. Oh, I was like, what? But that's the one conundrum, is when people guess dates, like buffalo dates, and it's a dateless. I mean, it could be a 38 and still be dateless. So that's when it's like, that's why I've just decided to put everybody that had a buffalo date, if it's a dateless. Yeah. My problem is I don't have enough that are dateless. I guess I could buy some and have, Nick date it for you guys, like after a stream or something. But I don't have any, and I don't have enough to warrant buying Nicodate. Because the ones that I've bought to like give out and stuff have dates on them. Another 64, but it's another Philly. Although I have found a second 63 Philly, which doesn't usually happen. Yep, BH won it, so I'm going to gather up a few of his wins and send them with my stuff, since I'm already sending a package. Because to send a package to Canada is not the cheapest. Cheaper than other countries, but not the cheapest. US, you know, you can send it for $5, $6, $7 depending on where it's going, what zone. This one is a 59, pretty decent looking. Not as nice as that other one, but still decent. I'm sure we had a 59. We got a 58. Nope, just 58. 158, Joseph Wells. Unless I'm blind and not seeing something else. Hey, Brian Robinson. Sorry, I'm not trying to be blurry. Sometimes it doesn't like to focus very well. There we go. We're only at 41 likes, which means we're probably at 42, but we got BH over 500. We got AG to 250. His next one is, of course, 500. I don't know if Texas, Coin Hunts Texas is streaming after, but if he is, that's a good channel to go check out. He's growing his pretty good. Oh. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that. I figure I'll probably do the 99 cent to start with, at least 99, a 2.99, and a 4.99. With the 2.99, of course, you'll have like any. I'll have to start doing like some members only videos, but one of the things I just got in is with the 4.99. No, this is not the channel sticker. This is the channel sticker. This is my magnet. So now you have a channel sticker and a magnet. So I figure with the $4.99 I'll do a sticker and a magnet. And I can always change them and stuff down the road, but sounds good. They allow you up to 6 membership levels. Now, just so you know, this is a Canadian, so there's a couple of them in here that might have a little bit of an advantage, but we're still going to guess if you want. That would be awesome. I've kind of thought about that, doing like a, I guess you'd consider it kind of a challenge coin or something. But, you know, because like Rob Finds Treasure can make his silver ones, but of course to get the dies and actually make them and stuff like that, it takes a pretty penny. You know, I'm not near anything like that. But I have thought about maybe getting some kind of copper challenge coin type thing. I'd have to see how much it would be and how many I'd have to buy, because some things you have to buy. Like with some of the copper rounds, I was talking with like B. Waller, because he does copper rounds. He can get them as a distributor for one of the companies. But the problem is you have to buy 100 of them to do it. So I'm hoping maybe once they're in stock or something again, because right now I guess they're out of stock for most of them, but I'm hoping there's a couple that maybe we could go in on and get a few less. We got a 94. '94 foreign. Crafty. Alrighty. Thank you. Now we'll come back to this. I don't know if there's a date. It could be maybe like a 1912, 17, 8. I don't know. Thinking can't really tell for sure, but I'm thinking it's either 17 or 12, because you can see the right up here the edge of either the 7 or the 2. Mike S. Okay. Yeah. Let me get Mike on the board. Yeah, it can't be a 2. Never mind. Don't know why I was thinking 2. So it would have to be a 7, I'm thinking. Don't know for sure, but it's a Philadelphia. Yeah, it's weird when you're thinking, oh, it could be a 12, and then it's like, wait a minute, it can't be a 12. Not sure. But again, it's one that it could be nickel-dated, maybe. buffalo. Actually, I wonder if sometimes further away you can kind of see them. Oh. There we go. It's funny how sometimes you pull up buffaloes and they're great dates, even from like 20s, and other times you pull up a buffalo and you can't even see it. And I've seen people nicodate them and they're from like the mid 30s, like 34 or 5. It's like, what? I'm just glad the box is doing a lot better than it started out with. I was worried there for a minute. Alright, we'll let Captain Vic in and Mike Schleiz. This one is 54. I'll let Doug, and I saw Doug come in right as I was flipping it, so Mike is good. Unless someone else already bet. Another 50s. I got Joseph. Looks like he was exactly on. And Vincent. And Marsh. Anybody else besides those three? I don't know if Noah's still in here, but you now have some extra points. My birthday got a few things to do. Thank you, Jim. And just confirm that is the one that you were wanting was that one, I believe. Correct. I think you said 1911, so if not, let me know. That's how you sent one and then you sent a different one and said, nah, let's do that one. Perfect. Let me try that. Now try doing exclamation commands with an S. I think the reason I didn't have it was because it was command. More 64s, but they're only P's. There we go. I guess if I actually put the correct thing, if I say commands and it's with an S, I need to put an S. Hopefully that helps out. So I know I've been on channels before and it's like, crap, what is the command for whatever? Hey guys, yeah. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so I have one for just the commands for the games, and the other one's commands for like all the different commands. I do have the ones like exclamation BH, exclamation PA, exclamation AG, exclamation Walker, those are the ones off the top of my head anyway. I know we have a few that we've made up, but PA has been had hurt his foot, tore tendon or something like that, and then he was up, his mom took a fall or something, and then he came back down, and then I guess she ended up wasn't doing too good and passed away, so he's probably been dealing with family issues from the last post I saw. For some reason his posts never show up. All of his other stuff shows up, but his posts never do for me. So I just have to remember to go in and actually search the channel for any posts, but so I know that he's not only been injured, but then family stuff, and I know what that's like when you have to go and take care of family things. When my dad died, I took off and went up there, and my brother actually ended up coming out and helping me, and so we gathered most of his stuff up from the house and, you know, got him cremated and loaded up his truck, and got a U-Haul and trailer and most of the things, and then we had some, and brought it back down here, and then we had some people up there went in and basically did like a estate sale for everything we left behind, and got it ready so that we could list it. So I did a lot of that, took care of a lot of the stuff, and then, you know, dealing with the courts and everything, because he didn't have a will or anything like that. So yeah, so at that point it was really getting worn down on doing everything, because I was the closest one to where he lived, and I was the one that was kind of knew more of where he kept some of the stuff and things like that. And so by the time it got to where we needed to sell the house, my sister took that part over and sold his land up on the mountain. Would have been worth a whole lot more, but a fire had gone through there a few years earlier and took most of those trees out. There were some huge trees in there. I'll let N. Marsh in and David. It's a 59. Next one. Got 2 of them to do. Let's see, 59, we got a 58. Looks like a 58 with Brian. I know some of you had seen this one before. But I found that in a roll of $half one time. It's the same size as a $half, just really thin. And that is a mortuary out of Las Vegas. So yes, there's all kinds of weird things you can find in coin rolls. New Marshall in at 56. We got a 59. And the next one. I have heard of people finding those before, and not too many, but I have heard of a few people that said I've found one. 59, we got a 57. We got 57, I think. Oh, Mike. Yep, he was hiding underneath that. Mike S. But I guess what happens is when people go to, spread ashes, it's one of the things that's in there, so they, stick it in their pocket or whatever, and then when they get home, they throw it in their change jar without thinking, and Brian also, okay. And if I miss you guys, then found a ring? Holy cow. That's weird. This one is 54. Little too late, Kathy. Sorry. I don't think you would have got that anyway, so. 54. Do we have anybody in the 50s? Oh, we had Brian with 54. In that mortuary, I was reading a thing, and I guess someone had found a bunch of cremated remains, like hundreds of piles of them, out in the Nevada desert, and so it's not illegal to dump remains, but to mass dump them like that, I guess, is against the law. So there was a mortuary that offered to help out and, help gather them up and try to get them back to families. And the mortuary that helped do that was that mortuary. So when I saw that on the news article, I was like, hey, I know who that, well, not personally, but it's like, I know that name. So they were out there in the desert. It's like someone must have taken over like a, crematorium or something, and just all the stuff that had either never been picked up or whatever, they just went and dumped. Not even just like put the bags out there, they dumped the bags out, so it was a big pile of ashes. It's like I said, it's not illegal to spread remains, but it is illegal to mass dump them, I guess, from my understanding. Well, another dateless. The night of the dateless. Is there mint mark? Nope. We got 3 buffaloes in this box. That's the most out of a box I think I've had for a subscriber. Or myself. I think I had 2 for myself one time. Someone probably dumped a bunch of stuff either they didn't want or stuff from some collection, and they're like, yeah. It's funny is when my brother, he was down here, like I said, for the weekend, and we were at my mom's house, and we were talking, and it was something about the YouTube, and I was like, yeah, I've got my channel, so he looked it up, and I am his only subscriber, because he doesn't give out his channel, and we were talking about channels we watched, and so we're it was funny because we're like, have you seen whatever channel they do? And we're like, I'm like, oh yeah, and what about this one? He's like, oh yeah, I've watched them. And by the time the end of the night was, my mom was like, you guys are crazy that you watch things that, like, you both know exactly which channels you're talking about. And I was like, yeah. Haven't found that war. I do have the war up there because we find them once in a while, but I left it up to hopefully yeah. But it's funny that she thought it was crazy. We were both watched the same things, didn't, it wasn't like, oh, you got to check out this channel, a long time ago when we started watching them. It was just like, what about this one? They do this. Oh, yeah, what about this? They do that. Yeah. Like to find a war nickel. I'd like to find a dated buffalo. But still, I'll take what we can get. Especially the way the first 10 rolls started. Thank you, Jimmy. 53. No, they're 50. Get that on the board. Number 13. Oh, we had Lyle. Anybody besides Lyle? Come on. Try to get it focused a little bit here so it's not so blurry. Hey, Billy. Welcome. If anybody else has come in and I missed you, I apologize, but sometimes it sneaks in and it's in between games and people chatting and don't see it all the time. It's not that I'm ignoring you. I haven't found any 2009s or 24s tonight, which is a little bit strange. Usually we at least find one 09 or 24. Sometimes both. Come on. Don't know why it's having such a struggle tonight. I guess that just means that if I happen to come across one and it was face up and didn't get it flipped in time, then I'd love to find some more buffaloes, even if they are dateless. The HP thing is like when someone tips, it takes down the health tracker. And so then people can become stream boss. I guess it works with tips or super chats, but I can't do super chats yet, so you'll see it on streams where people will try to stay stream boss or become stream boss. And I've been on streams before where it's like I can put, I can't remember how much it takes down per thing. I think it's $1 per like it, you know, it's gone down 1,500 because there's been $15, so it's like $100 a point, like penny a thing or whatever. Figured it's a some fun little thing. If they offer it, I'll try it. And it's one of those things, if people email me or say, I hate that thing, then if enough people don't like it, then I'll get rid of it. If people say I'd love it, then I'll keep it. Like I've always said, I'm always open for suggestions. So, like when I started offering the box hunts, I had asked some ideas of some people that stream, and they had given me a few different ideas than what I was planning, similar but better in my opinion. I'm like, okay, that's good. Suggest a war nickel. I saw silver was about $80 again today. I don't know if it went, I know it went up slightly the last time I saw, but I don't think it was like crazy amounts. Oh, so it ended up a little bit higher. Last time I saw it was like 80 something dollars. That's why I was like, But I only glance at it every now and then. It's not like I would look at it every 10 minutes. It's like once in a while I'll look at it. Or if I open up my sheet to look at something, I'll have it update automatically. I shared. That's good. Man, there's a lot of 63 Phillies tonight. Usually they're all 64 Denvers. Like I've only found 1, 2, 3, 7 64 Denvers so far, and there's 11 rolls left. 12 if you count these. No, I don't care. You can share it all you want. Or whoever you shared. I like when people share, because then it gets it out there to more people. I try to share in post channels and send people to other channels, and that's what the community does. We have, with this roll, 11 rolls left. red ink. And that's why I let the people do exclamation me so they can share their channel. Hey, 64 Denver finally. We get another one to guess. How many is that so far? 3, 4, 8, 21, 22. I think what I'm going to do is delete those and delete those so they're not confusing. Ten more rolls left. Yeah. Because it's 3 and 1 is 4, and 4 is 8, and 13 is 21, and 1 is 22. 40. See, now it's 3, 4, 9, 22, 23. Did we even get anybody close? Got a 46. 46. I think just 46s. So, Joseph and Billy. One thing I hated in school was I was good at math, but the problem was I didn't show my work because I could just do it without needing to show work. But they assume that if you can't show your work, you don't know how to do it. And I can do it without needing to show my work. So it would always drive me crazy because it's like, I'm good at it. I just don't want to do it the way that you do it. So I've always done that. It's like 3, and in my head I go 1, so that's 4, and then 9, 22, 23. Then you get some that will go 3 and 1 is 4, and 5 is 9, and 13 is 22, and 1 is 23. And it's like, yeah, it's just too long and drawn out. But yeah, I hated it when it was show your work. I could do it in class, and it didn't matter to them. So I would do it, and when I tried to do it on paper or something with the way that they wanted me to do it, it was like, I don't do it that way. So a lot of times I'll be sitting there and someone will, there's a list of numbers, and I'll kind of add them up in my head and go, oh, it's going to be about, 32,600. And it's like 32,740 or something. It's like, yeah, it's pretty close for guessing. Yeah, and they didn't like that answer either. It's like, well, how did you come up with it? It's like, I did math in my head. Like I said, I could be in class, like on a test or something. So there's like no way I could be not doing it. Didn't matter. That's why I usually did enough just to get by in school, because I hated their rules. It's like I shouldn't be punished for knowing something different or knowing how to do something different. I'm not like one of those Rain Mans, but like I said, if someone has a bunch of stuff and I'll guess it really quick. Not exact, but close. And I can do that before some people even have their phone pulled out. I have another one to guess after this, so we'll flip it. I don't even remember what the years were. This one was a 56. Turn this one upside down because we're not in Australia. And let's see, 56. 54. Oh, Crafty got it. Anybody else? Silverman. Anybody else? Nope. So I would do enough to jump through their stupid hoops to get enough to get a C. Ooh. Haven't found one of those in a long time. That'll be a fun one to guess, too. We'll have to find out. This one's a 54. The 54s are a few of them, it looks like. Joseph, Mike, MLN, It'd help if I clicked on the right thing. And it was back facing me, so that's when I went, ooh. So because it's proof, it could be anything. Well, not anything, but... Alright, finish those up because there was one more in this roll that we'll guess. Yeah, it's been a while since we found a proof. And I'll let BH in there. 89. I'll flip that here in a second. Got a little bit of toning on it, but there, that makes it look a lot nicer. I'll get the whoever one here in just a minute. Too bad VMC is wasn't able to make it tonight. But I bet I'm glad he confirmed to still hunt the box for him. Alrighty, got that done. Oh, I need to get all the, what was it, 89? We'll get that here in a second too. This one is a 59. So the 89s were 82, 92, 91. Looks like Garrett at 91 on that first one. And this one, a few 58s. All right, let's see. Yenny, Maple Leaf, Jimmy, Larry, anybody else? Did I miss anybody? Oh, Brian. That's what I always try to. Nice. Not too bad when you find 3 buffaloes, even dateless, a key date, and a proof. Ryan, Uni, Maple, Jimmy, Larry. Yep. It's been a while since we found a proof. Last year, out of all the boxes, we found 2 proofs out of 21 boxes. I think it's our first proof this year. I don't find proofs a ton. When I did pennies, I found more nickel proofs than penny proofs. I find lots of quarter proofs. Don't find dime proofs, just because I don't search dimes much. If I do, it's edge search. Pretty okayest year. Five rolls left. What's funny is when I was telling my son that I can type, like, depending on the day, but 50 to 60 words a minute, but I can do 300 keys per minute on a 10-key calculator. And I said I can do it just by looking at a list of numbers and not even look up, and I can tell if I make a mistake. And the other day I was doing something, I was punching them in, and he was like, "Wow, you can do that without looking at it." And I was like, "Yeah." And then he was like, "And you just fixed something because you knew it was a mistake." And I was like, "Yeah." But yeah, I can do, on like a computer board, it's a little bit more difficult. It's not as like super hard, but a 10-key calculator like I used at the bank, that's where I would do 300 keys per minute. And I was in one of my classes, and we had to do a thing, and they'd give us a list of numbers, and we had to see, you know, how many we could get within a certain amount of time, and they would deduct a point for every mistake, and that's how I would always be at over 300s. They're like, "How are you so good at that?" I was like, "Well, number one, I work at a bank. I'm on the commercial window. I do 300 transactions during my shift. Most of the other tellers only do 100 to 150. So I'm doing 2 to 3 times as many as they are." You have to wonder when you find buffaloes, even if they're dateless, and proofs, and a semi-key, and lots from the 50s, that if someone was just like, just dumped a bunch of stuff. And then, of course, when I was a teller, I could sit there and I would be balanced in no time. Probably. And then other tellers would be off, and so I'd pull out from the last time they balanced to the next time, and I'm like, I bet it's this transaction right here, and they'd look at it, and they're like, how do you know? And I'm like, I bet you transpose those numbers. And so they would pull out that thing, and they're like, oh, you're right. $47. And a new one. Excuse me. 40s. Any 40s? No? Oh. But which one's closer? Nope. 41 is not closer. 52s would be 5 away. Looks like 52s is what I'm seeing if I'm doing my mathing correctly. Yes, William, we will be doing a box for William. I still have 2 from this pickup, so you might have a good couple boxes, hopefully. Quite a few of those lately have been pretty good, and this wasn't even from the pickup from the other nights when New Marshall had all those good ones. That's the one I sent out. The package was New Marshall. I knew it was someone. Has some rim dinks. Yeah, it can happen. It's a 41. That one's a little better condition. Let's see. 41, we got KJ exactly on. Anybody besides KJ? Yeah. I'm hoping they get 4 from each bank like I've asked. Because as of right now, I've only got 3 boxes and I've got 4 hunts paid for. If not, maybe I'll have make a special trip some afternoon to the bank in another town and beg for boxes. This one is a 48. Now, I didn't notice if there's a mint mark, but if it's a 48S, well, there's a mint mark. but that's a D. 99.9992643% sure. Yep. 48. Let me get that on the board. And Marsh, sweet. Anybody else? And yes, in my tallies, I do keep separate. Like if there was a war nickel, I put a war, and then I put like the other ones that are in the 40s. So technically there would be, like, say we had a war nickel, 49, but I keep the wars separate. Just like 30 non-buffaloes. Like if you get a 35, it's a buffalo. I don't put it in the 30s column. Just the way I do it. Kind of amazing that there's no 09 or 24s yet. We've got a roll and a half left. But I think having 3 buffaloes as key date proof would be better than a 09 or 24. At least in my opinion it is. Last roll. Like I said, I think most I've found in a box is 2, whether it's for me or a subscriber. For buffaloes. So this has beat that part. Only get 36s. I have found dated 1914 and 1919. I know one of them is for at least New Marshall. Found a 1925, I think it was. Found a 35s, 38. Of course, those kind, but nothing. Let's see, we'll give you a minute here, and then we'll look through the 64 Denvers. And this one is another 58. And see who we got. I'm sure there's a couple. Queen Cody, Brian R. Jimmy. find a TDR. And Queen Cody, Brian R, and Jimmy. I think this is the lowest amount of 64 Denvers I have ever had. 10. Hey, JC. We barely make 50 likes? Wow. While we're doing that then, wrong one. Exclamation GAW. It's 15. Where's the other ones? Did I count them wrong? So 840s. There's a 50. Oh, it was that one. So while we're doing that, we got a 56, 58, 58, 53, 59, 54, 54, 59, 59, 54, 59, 59, 52, 56, 53, 52, 57. We'll see if we can fit it in one. Three Buffalo. 3090 key date. 8 40s, 17 50s, 89, oops, 89, not 98, S proof, and a foreign. All right. So we had 252s, 253s, 354s, 256, 157, 258s, 559s, zoom in freeze, and a very nice 1958. And of course it's in a flip now, but is it a 58 Denver? There was a D over an inverted D, but I don't think that's probably it. It'd be cool if it was, which I'm not seeing. few little dings, not full steps. '40s, we got a 48, a 41, a 47, a 40, a 48, 47, 46, and a 40. So two 40s, a 41, a 46, two 47s, and two 48s. We had the 94 Beaver. Is that the third 39D found? I'd have to look. I can tell you. Let me update this. Come to my box finds. This year we had a 49S semi and a 51S semi. For all of them that we've had 48S, a 39 key date, that was for BH. We had two 39S key dates for New Marshall. So there you go. That's what we have. We had the 89S proof. '39 key date. The second lowest mintage. The first is the 50D, the second is the 39D. And three buffaloes. One of them looked like from maybe 17 or something, but they're not dated. So I think we'll need probably two of these. Yeah, you're welcome, Jimmy. So the way I've been doing it is when we have a dateless buffalo, anybody that had a year of any of the buffaloes is a winner. So I think that's plenty of time for that. 24 users, pick a winner. New Marshall. Congratulations. As usual, we'll go through some of these. Wheel of names, let's see. For years of buffaloes, we had Smoker and Marsh, Roy Hathaway, William E, AG, Bellows, BH, Queen Cody, Crafty, Garrett, Gatita, Jim Thompson, Jimmy Licari, KJ, Michael. Okay, so now hey, JJ. If you did win a giveaway tonight, you're still eligible for the wheel, just not the like and a stream. And since we had some extra tips tonight, we'll do an extra wheel giveaway. Anybody else? Give you about 10 seconds to type in wheel if you want. Kathy? Yep. Anybody else? You got Brian R, KJ, Queen Cody, and Marsh, Billy, Scott C, David C, AG, BH, Captain Vic, Larry, Crafty, JJ, JC, Garrett C, Silverman, MLN, Scott C, 74, Jimmy, Mike S, Joseph W, Kathy K, Mark, well, not good normally, Mark S, Yenny, anybody else? Anybody else? Going, switching screens, gone. Got 93. Like I said, we'll do an extra one because we got some extra tips. So wheel 1. AG. See how many times you were on there. 93. You were on there 4 times. We'll shuffle. And number 2. Mark Spafford. See how many times you were on there. 89 minus 1. One name. And you got on. So there you go. Congratulations. So we'll do the end of stream part giveaway. Like I said, I'll open some quarters and stuff probably, but not everybody wants to stick around for all that, which I completely understand. So right now we've got Smoker, New Marshall, AG, and Mark. The only one eligible for this giveaway would be AG out of those 3. No, AG and Mark. New Marshall and Smoker already won the regular cause. But I'll go through some of these while we're waiting. Those ones B-Wallers bought. Forgot to take those out. Well, going to buy, I should say. I'm thinking about it. Set them off to the side. Alright, so I'll go through these. New Marshall already wants. And Don't Tread on Me, it's the last one. Makes that one easy. Marshall. Now we'll go through some more. We've got colorized Bitcoin. I do have non-colorized, lots of non-colorized. I've got a few Fear the Jackalope, mythical creature from Wyoming, my home state. Probably. Yeah, I'm hoping I can get some more. U.S. Air Force, aim high, fly, fight, win, with an eagle on the back. I think I sent it out Friday, so it'll probably get there hopefully sometime this week. One Nation Under God. A little bit of a toned one, the USS Constitution, Old Ironsides. One left of the Abominable Snowman. Got a few of these COVID-19 Survivor 2020 Pandemic. Got 3 of those. Those are duplicate. I'm going to open, resume them while I do some more. Lincoln with wheat on the front, just mints on the back. I've got a 1839 seeded with a mint. An 1836 seeded with an eagle. A buffalo front with a mint. Indian front with a mint. Walking Liberty. Buffalo front and Indian, both. I've got a Merc Dime front with the mint on the back. Got a 1907 Indian. I've got a no dated Indian. I've got a 1911 Indian. Both dated and undated. We got the Peace Dollar. I've got a no date seated. And then all of my normal ones. I know I'm out of at least 4 of them, which is no more number 10, 23, 8, or 9. I'm out of those. I'm also out of 33 with the back on it. I've got a 33 with just the mint mark. Number 9 is, well, let me look at the bigger one. Number 9. Number 9 is Remember the Alamo. Oh, let me get it off that screen for you. Sorry. Like I said, I've got a few that I know I don't have anymore, but I have number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 5, 6, 7, 31, 32, 33. So let's get over to this screen. We're going to close. We're going to pick a winner. Silverman. So anybody that has won can send me an email, dadhuntscoins@gmail.com. And if you see one that you want, you can let me know which one. If not, you can always email me. I'll send you the picture of that list. Number 28. I am out of 28. What does number 5 look like? Number 5 looks like yep, I sure can. I've only got 4 or 5 of those left. See, I've got Buffalo, I've got Walker, I've got Indian Head. Oh, I do also have Indian Head Scents. Let's see. That's my Trump. That's the non-colorized Bitcoin. The Trump, I think I've got one kind left. I've got the portrait. On the back it says, honor, courage, integrity, perseverance, vigilance. That's the one. The only other one I might have would be General Flynn, and on the back it says 45th President Donald Trump. Silverman says number 5. Okay. Portrait's good. Okay. Let's see. Silverman wanted the bank robber. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, Silverman said bank robber. Okay. So Silverman, I've got your bank robber. Mark said a Trump portrait is good. They may not be 100% perfect because I get them secondhand usually. So some of them might have a little bit of a tarnish or fingerprint, stuff like that, but I changed my name because YouTube shut my channel down a year and a half. That sucks. It just depends on what I can get. Right now, everything, the cheapest I can find them. If I'm buying them like single ones, are $4. If I'm buying them in like lots of 20, I can get them for about $3.50. I did get some at about $3, but they won't be here for another couple weeks. So unfortunately. So a lot of it is just depends on what I can get for cheap enough. Because I try to keep the cost down. So if you guys want to buy stuff. Yeah, it's funny. I was going to order 180 lot that the guy had. 9 different tubes. And then it sold out when I went to look at it the next day. And now the one for 100 he has listed for $400. And it's like, that's $4 for a round and I don't get to choose what I get? No thanks. So hopefully I can get, like I said, some more AG and Smoker, whichever ones, if you have any certain ones. Thank you, Silverman. So some of those I get one of, some of them I get multiples of, and some of them it's like I see what they are, but some of them are just like, we'll just send you a random assortment. And it's like, okay. So that was back when I could get them for, with shipping and handling and stuff, just under $2. But now everything, the cheapest I can get them for, the last ones I bought were, I think, $2.89. So I'm still trying to keep costs down, but unfortunately that's a little hard. I'm trying to get with B. Waller. A lot of he's a distributor, well, whatchamacallit, for one of the mints, distributor people, and the problem he has is usually his minimum order is like 100, and so well, once I started taping them like that, I quit having them being stolen in the mail. So if I can get with him and find some that, you know, maybe split with a few others or lesser quality, it's just good to send an email just saying you won, like wheel 2, and then what you won, you know, the Trump. Even though I have your address, it's always good to just double check. So I've sent one to the wrong person before. It was Gatita, and it was like, why did you send me this? And I'm like, oops, I sent it to the wrong person. So I then, more tape, please. Yes, absolutely. Your wish can be granted. But if you really wanted, I could use packing tape. I do have duct tape also, and I do have packing tape, and I could use super glue too if I wanted. Yeah, easiest thing is just YouTube name and your name and address and just what one you want. I do try to keep a list of all the addresses just so if someone does forget to send me an email and I do have it, I can still get it to them because I'm nice that way. So I know some places it's like, well, you didn't send it to me, sorry. I've had a few channels where they, get your address and everything. And then I was in there a couple weeks later and they're like, oh, hey, we need your address. I was like, well, I sent it, but I'll send it again. And I still have never received anything. So it's like, yeah, whatever. So, AG and Smoker. Right now I've got 4 of these. Mark, Silverman, New Marshall, and Jim Thompson. I got those for B. Waller because he wanted to get those. I'll just, like I said, I can always send this to you. I know I don't have a few of them. I know I need to get them updated. I just have not had time. But there you go. Let me get some. What military ones do you have yet? Well, I've got. Ow. Let's see. I've got a General Flynn, an American hero. It is a Trump 45th president on the back. I've got Robert E. Lee with Confederate and American flag on the back. I do have a Iwo Jima with an eagle on the back. See you, Brian. Confederate naval. No. I'm not up to date on all that, but thank you. I have a Colt 45 with an eagle on the back. I do have a non-colorized Don't Tread on Me. Not exactly military, but and then the other ones I know of are 23. Out of 23, that one is gone. Air Force, I do have that one, Aim High, Fly, Fight, Win. And it has got Eagle with United States Air Force on the back. USS Constitution, Old Ironsides. It is a toner with a eagle on the back. I think that's about the only other military-ish ones. All the rest are like seated liberties and Indian heads and peace dollars and walking liberties and odds and ends. I do have a Merc dime, 32. I do have the United flag with an eagle on the back. 28 bar, I'm out of those. 74, bought them and sending them to B-Waller. Any other bars? The only one I have is number 5 is the only other bars I have. I've got a pot one. I've got Jose Altuve. I've got different don't tread on me. A piece all around? Yep. I think I might have 2, so let me just double check, and if I do... So I have 2 different kinds. I have the one on the left and the one on the right. The one on the left is more of a matte. The one on the right is a little more shiny. And they're the same backs. So the one on the left or the one on the right. I'll take the don't tread on me. Right one? Okay. And then you said don't tread on me. Is that the, which one was it? Number 9, was it? No. That's the Alamo. So I have 2 different ones. I have the number 8 and number 24. The one is don't tread on me. The other one is give me liberty or give me death on it. And the backs, the one with the snake type front has the bell. The other one has the back. 24. Okay. That one is the more popular of the don't tread on me's. There you go. That makes it simple when I able to find them all right there for you. Like I said, I'm still trying to get more, but it is a little difficult. Because then if I do go to sell any, because people still like to buy them, I do have the 5-ouncer still. Going to bake it with my other. That's fine. Okay, let me just write that on there, and I'll see where I put it. So yeah. So if you guys ever want them banked and that sort of thing, just to kind of send them all at once or whatever, you're welcome to do that. Oh, yes. I was actually going through some of those last night, and I'll show you the ones I've accumulated so far that are my duplicates. I do have a bunch of 2018s and like bags of 2018s and 19s. I do have a 2020D, 2019P, 2017D, a horrible 26P, 2011D, 2010P, an 08P, an 07P, 05P, 04D, 04P, 03D, and 02P. And then I might have like a few duplicates of some of these, so if you need more than one, let me know. That's what I've got right now. That one is that horrible, nasty looking one. It's like been acid eaten away. So at first when I was going through the rolls, I was like, that's a weird silver looking one. And then it was like, oh. Right now I've got 12 different year or mint. But like I said, I've got bags of 2018Ds, 2020Ds, and other duplicates of some of those years. So right now I've just been kind of pulling them off to the side. But like I said, I was going through them last night, and for some reason I had one in my collection that I missed, and I said I had it, and I didn't. So I doubt you need them, but all those are 2018Ds. Those are 18Ds. And those are 20Ds. And then these are non-18 or 20Ds. So I do have, like I said, some duplicates of some of those. Shipped email price. Okay. But yeah, I've been keeping some out because I've had a few other people ask me about maybe buying some in bulk. So that's why I have like an entire bag of one. But yeah, so like I said, if you're looking for just a set, I've got 10 of the non-duplicated, and those are the best ones out of all the, like if there's duplicates, I've pulled the best ones out for you. But I figure I'll start putting them into some bags, and that way if other people want them, or just say, give me I want 20 of this one. I've got tons of those kind. I want to fill a book for myself because I can't guess. Okay, yeah, I'll just keep looking at them, and if you want, like I said, want certain ones or more than one, just let me know. This is the one that we found the other night going through them, so I'm just going to put it out here since that was found in the box. I do pull out the 65s, 70, look for DDOs and DDRs. That nickel was an easy one to find, but like I said, I do flip them over and look at all the mints, because there are NIFC quarters also, which I never knew about until I came across one, and it was an S, and it was not a proof. I'm like, how is it an S but not a proof? And I was like, oh, that makes sense. Most of my stuff's still put away from Christmas. I've only got some of the stuff out that I've been trying to go through, like my halves. Yep. Yeah, that's when it was like, tried to figure out what it was, and it was, I was like, why is it this, but it's not a thing? And it's like, oh, that's why. Then, like I said, like literally less than a couple weeks later, Rob Finds Treasure had a video on NIFC quarters. And there's a lot of people that don't know about NIFC quarters, and I was one of them. Because I always assumed if it was an S, it was a proof, and I never pulled one that wasn't a proof. And then I've pulled a few since then, and it's like, And I've looked at my other S's that I've pulled, and they're proofs. So that's why I never knew about them until I came across one. This one just looks strange. It's probably just my imagination, but yeah. It was just that D looked weird when I was looking. It was like, wait a minute. It threw me off. That's why I was like, what is that? So, never hurts to scope them. Because usually if you look at them, you can just kind of tell that they're a normal mint mark. But that one was just kind of blurry. It was like, that's not normal. But it's an Idaho of 07, and I didn't know of any. I was like, I know the 07 has a Wyoming DDR on the saddle horn. That's why it kind of threw me off, because it looked doubled. That's why I'm never afraid to stop and look at something more closely if I can see it with the naked eye, especially. See you, Silverman. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. All your support. Congratulations on the win. I'll try to get that in the mail tomorrow. Sometimes it takes me a day or two, depending on how late streams go and everything. And I am streaming on Thursday for William E. And hopefully by that time I have memberships available. Just depending on how quick they... Oh! Come on. There we go. Salt River Bay 2020. See, that's one of those that doesn't have any frosty finish or anything like that, but definitely an S. But yeah, there's no like frostiness at all, so. I would just call that a probably Nipsey. Maybe it'll be a good box with a 2020S and a 2020W and and again, that's why I look at all the mint marks, because that did not look like proof. Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Foxtrot Golf Hotel India, etc. I wasn't military, but I was in ROTC, so that's how I know all that. And Boy Scouts. I used to know a little bit of Morse code, but I don't remember any of it anymore, except for SOS. And not the food either. Although I do like SOS, like homemade SOS. Sometimes we would, growing up, we'd have SOS made out of ground beef and like hamburger on toast. I always liked it. That's just a weird looking one. It's got a right in the middle, shiny. The rest are toned. I'm hoping for a 3 out of 3. Years of searching, no silvers. The last 2 boxes I hit a 64, and then the next box a 44. But this is from a different pickup, so Sometimes I look at the 76 DDOs, but only if they're in like good condition, because I come across so many. They're usually half beat up. I was going to say tomorrow I get to go to the bank, but it's not tomorrow. Tomorrow's only Tuesday. I don't go to the bank until Wednesday. Because that's when you take our payroll check down. But again, it's one of those that's why I kind of do the end of stream and then do this, and because number one, it gets late, and some people don't want to look at quarters. $69 has to be a Denver, and it's not a Denver. That's a Denver. I don't know if there's any specific dates. Yeah, it doesn't really say anything right off the top, but most of them are. I just know if they're San Francisco and they are not shiny, they are usually just an NIFC. I could probably find my red book and see if it has anything, but I think it's buried somewhere. Actually, no. Quota dollars. What year was that? 2020? You see no, that wasn't 2020. That one was 2007. Yeah, 2020 Salt River Bay. Yeah, because see the 2020 Salt River Bay has an A, and it says not intended. So I'm sure most of the years, like that one only has 930,000 minted. And I don't know if there's other years or not, but like for example in 2010, 2011, there's none that have A next to it. 2012, the national parks start having A's next to it.
Your son is attempting to reach you on your cellular device. Your son is attempting to reach you on
Alrighty, I'm back. Yeah, I see. Though those are before I wake up, unfortunately. So, but I try to watch them like when I get home and stuff. So it looks like, from what I can tell, it's the national parks that started having NIFCs, because before that, none of them were listed as with an A on that. Yeah, I mean, every little bit helps. I have people that, watch when they can, and every little bit helps. So I always try to watch and then give a thumbs up and everything. I may not get to comment on all of them just because I don't have time, but I always try to at least hit a like and try to watch as much as I can. This morning I didn't get a chance because I had my kids and getting them, off to school and everything, and I would assume a silver one would. I do have a silver bicentennial. Actually won it on Rob's stream when I was new to the watching it. I didn't have my volume on. What was the coin with the hole in it tonight? Didn't have one with a hole in it. I know we had one the other night, and no, there's one that had kind of like a weird ring. On one of them had like a kind of a tone ring, and it was like right in the middle. It was a kind of a untoned spot. Yeah, the other night we had 2 hold coins, and I think it was Cooter that said that she collects them and wanted to buy them or something, and I was like, okay. But haven't heard from him. Basically, it'd be like, cover the shipping and the cost of the coin, and I'll send them to you. I don't care. If I can put it in a thing, it'll cost me a couple bucks or whatever. And she also had a 5-ounce round she was going to buy and hasn't paid for, so I had that set off to the side. So if she does that one, then I can send it with those. They do have a few people that have had stuff. You'll take the holes? Okay. Most likely that's what's going to happen. Because she had me set some 5-ouncers off to the side, and she never made a deposit or anything. Like, Gatita made a deposit on hers to set off to the side. But I'm not going to hold them forever. I figure if someone's willing to put a deposit down, I'll hold them. Otherwise, I'll hold them for a small amount of time and like B-Baller wanted me to hold one, and then 74 bought those extra bars and are going to have me send it to him, so I'm just going to include everything together. And because I don't mind, if something's already bought, holding it out. And 66 has a DDR. I call it my layaway program. Make a deposit, I'll let you pay on it. Because the worst that can happen is I never hear from you again, and I got your deposit. Yeah, someone said, I changed my mind, can I get that back? And I'd be like, okay. Let's find a silver quarter. I would love to find a silver quarter in 3 and 3 boxes. That's why it was, the first one was a 64, and the next one was a 44, so maybe this box will have a 24. That would be awesome. 60 has to be a D. That's what I thought. This box, we have found a W. We found a Nifty. Got a KFC famous will call my name. Yeah, that sounds good. Haven't had one forever because there's no KFC around me. And if I'm over in St. George, I usually end up going to somewhere else. One of my most favorite is probably, I guess it'd be considered Carl's Jr. I grew up learning it as Hardee's. And Carl's Jr. has a bacon western cheeseburger thing that I always get the double. I love it. It's probably my favorite out of them. I'm not a fan of Five Guys. It's just way too greasy. People love it. It's like, number one, it's expensive. Yeah. Yeah, growing up in Wyoming, it was Hardee's. And the funny thing is now in Casper, on one side, they have the Hardee's is still Hardee's. But on the other side, at least the last time I was there, the new one was Carl's Jr. But it's the same thing. It used to be one of those that's like west of the Mississippi it was one thing and east was a different thing, and now you have that with some of the mayonnaise. East of the Mississippi it's one, like in the west part it's Hellman's, in the east part it's Blue Ribbon or something. I don't know. I don't live back east, so I have no idea. Just like ice cream, east of the Mississippi it's Edie's or Eddie's, I think it's Edie's ice cream. In West, it's Dryers. Exact same thing. It's just they label them for different parts of the country. Exact same thing. They would have a student card thing, and me and my brother, when we went to college, we actually had a class together. And at like 8 o'clock, so at 9, we'd get out. We didn't have a class for either of us. So we'd go down to Hardee's, use the student card, even though we weren't in high school, we'd still use it. And we would get the all-you-can-eat biscuits and gravy for 99 cents. That's back when they would come in a styrofoam thing, so we would probably eat 3 or 4 of those and then go back up to school and go on our way. But it was like for $1 for all-you-can-eat biscuits and gravy. Like I said, we'd eat about 3 of them before we had to get back. And that was back when they had like a Starbucks cart, because there wasn't ever a Starbucks in Wyoming. I'm not a coffee drinker either, but I would go to the Starbucks in winter, the cart, and I would get a hot chocolate with almond flavor. And the lady kind of looked at me weird when I said it the first time. I was like, I want a hot chocolate, but I want almond flavoring. And or I said hot chocolate with coconut. And she kind of looked at me and she's like, coconut? I'm like, yeah. I was like, you've had a Mounds bar. She goes, yeah. And I said, well, it's a liquid Mounds bar. I said, add some almond to it, and you've got a liquid Almond Joy. She was like, huh. So when she made it, she made a little extra for her and tried it. She goes, wow, that is pretty good. It does taste like an Mounds bar. And like I've said, I've been putting coconut flavor in my drinks for years. And now these drink companies are like, oh, get the Diet Dr. Pepper coconut cream. It's this fancy new thing. It's like, no, I've been doing it for years. Shut up. That's what I want to tell them. But she had never thought about it, and she was like, huh. There's a place in Wyoming called Farson. I like almonds. But in Farson, it had great ice cream, and they give you big servings. Like 1 scoop is absolutely humongous. So if you've ever been to Wyoming and gone down to the southwest part, little town called Farson. I remember going there, like sometimes we'd be traveling and we'd stop in there and we'd share a big scoop of ice cream, because those things are absolutely humongous. It's not like a scoop you'd get at some place. It's like, this thing's massive. I have to remember not to rip my quarter box apart tonight. Elk hunt around Saratoga. Yep. That was the nice thing is where I lived, it was middle of the state, so no matter what, you had to travel to get somewhere. But to get to Denver, it was about 4 hours. To get to Billings, it was like 4 hours. To get to Rapid City, Mount Rushmore, about 4 hours. To get to Yellowstone, it was about 5.5, 6 hours. We never went to Salt Lake just because it was so far, much farther, because it was like a 7-hour drive to get there. Can I have a coin, please? Well, what kind of coin? See ya, AG. Because it would cost me more to send a coin than it'd be worth. Plus, I can't just send stuff if you were under 18. Can you say goodnight to Rutledge House? Good night, Rutledge House. Sweet dreams. Good night's rest. Of course. I can definitely say goodnight to Rutledge House. I give shout outs to anybody that is polite like that. So the thing with my channel is if you're nice, I'm nice. You are welcome. Don't know where you're at, but it's 9 o'clock here. So if you're back east, it's 11. If you're in the West Coast, then you're only 8. But I'm just looking for interesting coins like W's, proofs, NIFC. I finished my regular stream, so that's what I do afterwards, is just hunt some coins for myself. Because on my other ones, I hunt for my subscribers. Sometimes. If it's something I might kind of notice, I do, but I don't scope all my coins. These ones I have down here are going to be for the die chips, for the DDOs, D over Ds, DDRs. So if it's one that it's kind of a common type thing, I pull them out. I just have a Tomlov. It's a it was a hand-me-down, but I mean you can find them on Amazon for $40 or something. You don't need expensive ones. Like mine's a Tomlov 9-inch or something like that. Nothing super fancy. Like I said, it was a hand-me-down, but I mean, if you go into the scope, you can get as far down as, like, that's just regular. I mean, you can go, oh, let's see if, I accidentally unplugged it. Oh, that sucks. Let's try that. There we go. So that's about as close down as I can get it on something. And then clear up to there. But when I'm usually scoping things, I usually have it around that area. And it's just a manual focus and things. Yeah, I think it's like a Tomlov DC10 or something like that. DC. Probably tells me somewhere, but. There's some that you can get built-in scales, so you can put the coin on there and it'll weigh it while you're looking at it. But there's a lot of different ones out there that people have used. Some are more fancy than others. Like I said, mine was a hand-me-down, and I've had it for about 2.5 years now. I got it from Pa, and because he had a few and asked if I had a scope, and I was like, no. He also gave me the webcam that I'm using right here. And I've looked on Amazon and the same webcam, and it's like, I don't know, 40 or 50 bucks. But you can always stream with like your phone. That's what I always did with last roll. My recap videos is I just filmed it with my phone. But I would definitely say between a phone or a webcam, or between a microscope and a webcam, get a microscope. Much more versatile. You can probably get some used ones or something. Like I said, mine was a hand-me-down. I haven't had any problems with it. Of course, Pa takes care of his stuff, so. But on that, you can. I never charge it or anything. I just leave it plugged in, but it is one where you can charge it and then not have to have it plugged into a power source, like if you take it with you somewhere or something like that. Alrighty, let's see. We've got 76 DDO. See, that one's a little too far down for when I'm looking at something like DDOs. And then if I find something, that's when I like zoom it back down in. But 83 Spitting Eagles. And that's when I usually find die cracks that I didn't notice, because I have seen some, it's like, whoa. But, like, I'll put them under a scope and I'll be like, hey, that's a die crack. Welcome, Renee and me. Just finishing up a box of quarters after the nickel hunt. Most of the time I'll end up hunting something for myself if I have them. Which I only have one more box of quarters left, which means I hopefully can pick up more tomorrow. Or Wednesday. It's one thing I have not found in quite a while is die chip in his hat. I was finding little ones like crazy. Alright, let's see, we got 65s, 70s. No, 65 is DDO and R. 70Ds are DDO and Rs, so I'll do those together. And then 66 and 69 Denver. 66 is a DDR. Which, when they're horrible like that, it doesn't really matter if they are or not, but they're still kind of cool to find. See, some people would be like, oh, that's a DDR, and like the I and the U and the M, R for E pluribus. And it's like, nope, that's not DDR. Trust me, when you see DDOs and stuff, you can immediately tell. But being new, some people are not familiar with what machine doubling and... See, a 69D has a D over D and a D over rotated D. And sometimes if it's like that, it's like, I can't tell. It's smushed, it's damaged, whatever. So, it's like, that's just damaged. If you look at the rest of the coin, it's not very great, so... And then the 70Ds have DDO and R, and the 65s have DDO and DDR. And the way you can tell the DDOs are on like the serifs or the corners of the E's, like at the points, they have that doubled serifs. I have found a 65 DDO. I've only found one, and it was like as soon as I put it under the microscope, I'm like, I think that's one. So I compared it, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's one. It's not exactly 100% like all the other ones, but that could partly be to the condition too, because it was not perfect. And I think I'm just going to look it up here. PCS price guides, if it was graded a quarter, $65, a DDO FS 101, in MS 60, it's $650. Mine is not that, but if you go down to the other grades, even if it was a MS, or a, not MS, even if it was a, say, a 40, it's $325. I would say mine's probably somewhere between the 40 and 50, and a 50 is $525. So, and like I said, it's not perfect condition. That's why I'd say it's between a 40 and 50 probably, but I am not a coin grader, so I have no idea. That's one thing I am not very good at. I've got to learn more about is the grades. So that's why I would want to get it graded, just to do the, basically show that it's a genuine coin type thing, you know, even if it's only $200 when it's slabbed. At least it would show that it's real. I think I have a video on it. A few more coins. Oh, that's horrible. See, like that is, and I can tell at the bottom of the E, some people go, oh, that is. No, it's not. Just like on the side of the U on Unum, that's not DDR. If you go to the 65, so if you come here, you can see right up here on the DDO, that doubling on the E's on the serif right there. Same thing at the top of the B, at the bottom left of the R, the bottom of the R, the bottom of the T. Mine has all those doublings right there. And mine starts with the I, just like that one. The B with double. The E is the best place you can see it on mine. And then the R's also. But yeah, that is what mine is basically looks like. Right here, there's a little bit of a halo doubling look there. Mine doesn't quite have that, but it's also a little more used. And then on the In God We Trust, there is notching on the bottoms of like the I and the T and the R's and stuff like that. So anyway, that is it. I had the 2020 San Francisco NIFC and a 2020 W. So wasn't a bad box. I've had better, I've had worse, but I'll take a W and a NIFC. It's always fun to find. So there you go. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be on Thursday, 5:30, doing a box for William E. He's got the next two boxes. And it's going to be the same pickup as the one from tonight, which had the 3 dateless buffaloes, a 39D key date, 8 from the 40s, 17 from the 50s, a foreign, and an 89 San Francisco proof, which I have not found in quite a while. I've only found 2 last year for subscribers out of 27 boxes or something. So anyway, there you go. Don't know why it doesn't want to focus very well, but that's okay. So thanks for watching. We'll see you Thursday, and have a good night. And thank you, Jim Thompson and Smoker, for the tips. That helps with shipping greatly. And that's why I got an extra round given away tonight. And Smoker, I guess karma happened. Last time Jim did that, he won. And Smoker, he did it, he won. And it's just out of luck. I had no control over it. So there you go. Have a good night. We'll see you. And take care.